Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. What if brilliant minds, in the gentle cafes of 1930s Europe, unravelled mysteries written in symbols and secrets, where intellect danced with intuition beneath gaslit chandeliers? So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. The autumn of 1932 settled over Brussels like a silk veil, soft and translucent, carrying with it the whispered promises of change. The city breathed in the rhythm of a world caught between wars, where intellectuals gathered in warm salons and the scent of roasted coffee beans mingled with the crisp bite of fallen leaves. Gas lamps flickered along the cobblestone streets, their amber glow creating pools of warmth that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the evening. In a modest apartment on the Rue des Bouchers, Hercule Poirot sat before his fireplace, the flames casting dancing shadows across his meticulously groomed moustache. The detective's green eyes reflected the firelight as he contemplated the cooling cup of tisane beside him, steam rising in delicate spirals that seemed to carry his thoughts upward into the gathering dusk. The apartment itself was a study in order and comfort, every object placed with precision, every surface gleaming with care, creating an atmosphere of peaceful contemplation that invited the mind to wander and wonder. The knock at his door came precisely at 8 o'clock, as predictable as the tolling of the cathedral bells that echoed across the city's ancient rooftops. Poirot rose slowly, his movements deliberate and unhurried, for he had learned that in matters of mystery, patience was often more valuable than haste. The sound of his footsteps on the polished wood floor created a gentle rhythm, like raindrops on a window pane, soothing and measured. Inspector Japp stood in the hallway, his usually jovial face etched with concern, holding his hat in hands that trembled slightly from the cold. The gaslight from the corridor cast long shadows that seemed to stretch and bend like living things, and the scent of autumn rain clung to his woolen overcoat. His breath formed small clouds in the cool air as he spoke, each word carefully measured. "Poirot, I'm afraid we have a most peculiar case," Japp began, his voice carrying the weight of puzzlement. "Professor Henri Dubois, the mathematician from the University of Louvain, was found dead in his study 3 hours ago. Natural causes, the doctor says." His heart simply stopped. But he paused, and in that silence, the distant sound of church bells seemed to grow louder, more insistent. Poirot gestured for his friend to enter, and as Japp stepped across the threshold, the warmth of the apartment embraced him like a gentle embrace. The detective closed the door softly, shutting out the cool night air and the whispered conversations of passers-by on the street below. The fire crackled in the hearth, sending sparks dancing up the chimney like tiny stars seeking the sky. "But there is more to this story than a simple death, n'est-ce pas?" Poirot observed, settling back into his chair and indicating for Japp to take the seat across from him. The leather cushions sighed softly under their weight, and the firelight played across the detective's face, highlighting the intelligence that sparkled in his eyes. Japp nodded, reaching into his coat to withdraw a folded piece of paper. The parchment was cream-coloured and expensive, the kind used by academics for important correspondence. As he unfolded it, the paper rustled with the whisper of secrets waiting to be revealed. This was found clutched in his hand. It's covered in symbols, numbers, letters, strange markings that make no sense to anyone we've shown them to. The paper passed between them like a bridge connecting two worlds, the known and the unknown. Poirot examined it by the firelight, his fingers tracing the edges with the reverence one might show to an ancient manuscript. The symbols danced before his eyes, mathematical equations interwoven with what appeared to be letters in various alphabets, some familiar, others exotic and strange. Greek letters nestled beside Arabic numerals, while geometric shapes formed patterns that seemed almost musical in their arrangement. "Curious," Poirot murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might disturb the delicate mystery before him. "This is not the random scrawling of a dying man," No, this has the precision, the intentionality of a mind that knew exactly what it wished to communicate. The fire settled in the grate, sending a shower of golden sparks up the chimney, and in that moment of dancing light, the symbols seemed to shimmer and move, as if they possessed a life of their own. The room fell into a comfortable silence, broken only by the gentle ticking of the mantel clock and the soft whisper of wind against the windows. Japp leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees, his face creased with the weight of investigation. The professor's colleagues are baffled. They say Dubois was working on something important, a new theory about cryptographic systems, but no one knew the details. He'd become quite secretive in recent months, working late into the night, meeting with strangers. The word strangers hung in the air like incense, heavy with possibility and mystery. Poirot closed his eyes briefly, allowing his mind to wander through the labyrinth of clues, feeling his way along the walls of logic and intuition. When he opened them again, the firelight seemed brighter, more focused, as if it too had been contemplating the puzzle before them. "Tell me, mon ami, about Professor Dubois. What manner of man was he?" Poirot's voice carried the gentle cadence of one who understood that every mystery began not with clues, but with people, their hopes, fears, and secret desires. Japp shifted in his chair, the leather creaking softly. Brilliant by all accounts, 53 years old, unmarried, devoted entirely to his work. He specialized in number theory and had recently become interested in cryptography. Codes and ciphers. His colleagues respected him, though they said he could be difficult, perfectionist, didn't suffer fools gladly. The detective nodded slowly, his fingers steepled before him in a gesture that had become as natural as breathing. The firelight caught the gold of his watch chain as it rose and fell with his measured breathing. And enemies? Surely a man of such intellect and particular nature would have accumulated some opposition. "That's where it gets interesting," Japp replied, his voice dropping to match the intimate atmosphere of the room. "There's been quite a rivalry brewing at the university. Professor Dubois and a colleague named Dr. Matthias Brennan had been feuding over recognition for some mathematical discovery. Brennan claimed Dubois had stolen his ideas, while Dubois insisted Brennan was a mediocre mind trying to claim credit for superior work. The name Brennan seemed to echo in the warm air of the apartment, and Poirot filed it away in the careful catalogue of his mind. Outside, the wind picked up slightly, rustling the autumn leaves that had gathered in the courtyard below. Their whispered conversations seemed to blend with the crackle of the fire, creating a symphony of night sounds that invited contemplation. "Most intriguing," Poirot mused, his eyes returning to the mysterious paper. "And what of this doctor? Brennan? Where was he when Professor Dubois departed this world?" Japp consulted his notebook, the pages rustling like autumn leaves. "Teaching a late seminar on advanced mathematics. 20 students can vouch for him from 7 until 9 this evening. Dubois was found at 8:30, so Brennan appears to be in the clear." But Poirot's expression suggested that appearances were often the most unreliable witnesses of all. He rose from his chair with the fluid grace of a man who had learned to move through the world with careful deliberation. The fire cast his shadow long across the Persian carpet, and for a moment he seemed to be contemplating not just the mystery at hand, but the very nature of truth itself. "Perhaps, mon ami, we should pay a visit to Dr. Brennan tomorrow, and to the scene where our poor professor breathed his last. They have stories to tell, but one must know how to listen to their whispers." Japp nodded and rose to take his leave, but as he moved toward the door, Poirot called softly after him. "One more thing, Inspector. This rivalry between our professors, how long had it been brewing?" "About 6 months, according to the department head. Started when both men submitted papers on the same mathematical principle to a prestigious journal. The editor couldn't determine who had developed the idea first, so neither paper was published. That's when the accusations began. After Japp's departure, Poirot returned to his chair, but sleep seemed as distant as the stars that twinkled beyond his window. The mysterious code lay spread before him on the small table beside his chair, and he studied it as one might study a prayer or a poem, with reverence and the understanding that its meaning lay not just in its surface appearance, but in the deeper currents that flowed beneath. The symbols seemed to dance in the firelight, a sequence that began with the Greek letter pi, followed by what appeared to be a series of prime numbers, then a cluster of letters that might have been initials or abbreviations. Below this, geometric shapes formed patterns that reminded him of the rose windows in Gothic cathedrals, circular, intricate, and somehow sacred in their precision. As the night deepened around him, Poirot allowed his mind to drift through the labyrinth of possibilities. The professor had been working on cryptographic systems, but what kind of message would require such elaborate encoding? And why had he clutched it so desperately in his final moments? The paper showed no signs of hasty scrawling. Each symbol was carefully formed, deliberately placed. The fire began to die down, its flames settling into glowing embers that pulsed like a sleeping heart. The detective rose to add another log, and as the new flames caught and danced upward, they seemed to illuminate new possibilities in the mysterious code. Perhaps the answer lay not in the symbols themselves, but in their arrangement, the spaces between them, the relationships that bound them together like invisible threads. The morning arrived with the gentle persistence of fog rolling in from the North Sea, soft and grey and filled with the promise of revelation. Poirot had slept little, but his mind felt clear and sharp, honed by hours of contemplation. He dressed with his usual meticulous care, each garment selected and arranged with the precision of a ritual. The morning light filtered through his windows, casting long rectangles of gold across the polished floor. His breakfast was simple but perfect. Fresh bread from the bakery down the street, butter that gleamed like pale sunshine, and coffee that filled the apartment with its rich, welcoming aroma. As he ate, he continued to study the mysterious code, turning the paper this way and that, allowing his intuition to play across the symbols like a musician's fingers across the keys of a piano. At precisely 9 o'clock, he met Inspector Japp at the entrance to the University of Louvain. The building rose before them like a cathedral of learning, its Gothic spires reaching toward a sky that seemed perpetually caught between rain and sunshine. Students hurried across the courtyards, their voices creating a gentle murmur that blended with the whisper of wind through the ancient stone arches. Professor Dubois' study was located on the 3rd floor of the mathematics building, at the end of a corridor lined with tall windows that looked out over the university gardens. The door stood slightly ajar, and as they approached, Poirot could smell the lingering scent of pipe tobacco and old books, the perfume of academic contemplation that seemed to cling to such places like a blessing. The study itself was a marvel of organised chaos. Books lined every wall from floor to ceiling, their spines creating a rainbow of knowledge that seemed to glow in the afternoon light. Mathematical equations covered 2 large blackboards, the chalk marks forming intricate patterns that looked almost like ancient script. Papers covered the large oak desk in neat piles, each stack precisely aligned despite the apparent disorder. "Nothing appears to have been disturbed," Japp observed, his voice respectfully quiet in the scholarly atmosphere. The professor was found slumped over his desk, the code clutched in his right hand. The door was locked from the inside. Poirot moved through the room like a scholar browsing a sacred library, his eyes taking in every detail with reverence due to a man's life work. The books revealed the professor's wide-ranging interests, not just mathematics, but history, linguistics, and art. One section was devoted entirely to cryptography, and Poirot noted that several volumes showed signs of recent intensive study. On the desk, partially hidden beneath a pile of examination papers, he discovered what appeared to be the professor's current research project. The pages were covered with symbols similar to those on the mysterious code, but these seemed to be working notes, draft attempts, false starts, the detritus of a mind grappling with a complex problem. "Fascinating," Poirot murmured, lifting one of the pages to catch the light. Our professor was indeed working on something significant. "Look here." He pointed to a series of calculations that filled an entire page. "These are frequency analyses, the kind used to break coded messages. But what message was he trying to decode?" As if in answer to his question, his fingers discovered a small leather journal tucked beneath the research papers. The journal was bound in soft brown leather, its pages filled with the professor's careful handwriting. Most of the entries were in French, documenting his research progress, but the final entry, dated the day before his death, was different. "The pattern becomes clearer," the professor had written. "B suspects I am close to the truth. The meetings at the cafe, the whispered conversations, he thinks I don't notice. But the cipher doesn't lie. If something happens to me, the answer lies in pie. Always return to pie." Poirot shared the journal entry with Japp, whose expression grew increasingly troubled. It sounds like he was afraid of something, or someone. Could that be Brennan? Before Poirot could respond, a knock at the study door interrupted their investigation. A tall, thin man with prematurely grey hair and intense blue eyes peered around the doorframe. He wore the slightly rumpled clothes of an academic, and his fingers were stained with chalk dust. "Forgive the intrusion," he said, his English accented with what might have been German or Austrian origins. "I am Dr. Matthias Brennan. I understand you're investigating poor Henri's death." The man's presence filled the small study, though whether with menace or merely academic intensity, Poirot could not immediately determine. Dr. Brennan moved into the room uninvited, his gaze sweeping across the scattered papers with what appeared to be genuine curiosity rather than guilty knowledge. "Dr. Brennan," Poirot acknowledged with a slight bow. "I am Hercule Poirot, and this is Inspector Japp. We are indeed investigating the circumstances of Professor Dubois' death. Perhaps you could help us understand the nature of your colleague's recent work." Brennan's laugh was short and bitter, carrying undertones that suggested old wounds and unhealed grievances. Henri was brilliant, I'll grant him that, but he had become increasingly secretive, paranoid even. He seemed to believe that everyone was trying to steal his ideas, when in truth, most of us couldn't begin to understand what he was working on. "And what was he working on?" Japp asked, his tone carefully neutral. "Some sort of universal cipher," Brennan replied, moving to examine one of the blackboards. He believed he could create a coding system that would be virtually unbreakable. Military applications, you understand. There's money to be made in such things, especially with the way the world is heading. Poirot noticed how Brennan's eyes lingered on the research papers scattered across the desk, and how his fingers twitched slightly, as if restraining himself from reaching for them. The detective filed these observations away in the careful catalogue of his mind, where every gesture and expression was preserved for future analysis. "You mentioned that Professor Dubois had become paranoid," Poirot observed gently. "Can you give us specific examples of this behaviour?" Brennan hesitated, and in that moment of silence the afternoon light seemed to shift and deepen, casting new shadows across the study. He had taken to working at odd hours, coming in very early or staying very late to avoid encountering other faculty members. He would lock his door even during office hours, making students wait in the corridor, and lately he had been meeting with people, outsiders, not connected to the university. "What sort of outsiders?" Japp inquired, his detective instincts clearly engaged. "I'm not entirely certain," Brennan admitted, "but I saw him once, about a week ago, in deep conversation with a man at the Café de la Paix. The man was well dressed, carrying himself like the military or government. They spoke in whispers, and Henri seemed agitated." The mention of the café sent a small thrill of recognition through Poirot's consciousness. The Café de la Paix was a gathering place for intellectuals and artists, but also for those who moved in the shadowy world between academia and intelligence. It was the sort of place where secrets were traded like currency, and where a brilliant mathematician might attract the attention of people with uses for unbreakable codes. "Most interesting," Poirot murmured. "And when was the last time you spoke with Professor Dubois directly?" Brennan's expression darkened slightly, and he turned away from the blackboard to face them fully. 3 days ago, we had words about a paper I was preparing for publication. Henri accused me of incorporating ideas that he claimed were his intellectual property. It was an unpleasant confrontation, I'm afraid." The atmosphere in the study seemed to grow heavier, as if the very air was thick with unspoken tensions and long-harboured resentments. Poirot could almost feel the weight of the rivalry that had existed between these two brilliant minds, each convinced of their own superiority, each suspicious of the other's motives. "And what was your response to these accusations?" Poirot asked, his voice remaining gentle despite the seriousness of the implication. "I told him he was becoming delusional," Brennan replied, his words sharp with remembered anger. Henri always had an inflated sense of his own importance. The idea that I would need to steal his work was insulting. My own research is quite original, and I believe superior to his secretive scribbling. After Dr. Brennan's departure, the study seemed to exhale, as if relieved to be free of the tension his presence had brought. Poirot and Japp continued their examination of the professor's papers, but it was clear that the most important clues lay not in what was present, but in what might be missing. "Notice, mon ami," Poirot observed, "that while there are many working drafts and research notes, there is no final version of whatever the professor was developing. His breakthrough, if indeed he had achieved one, has vanished." Japp frowned, his gaze sweeping the cluttered desk. "You think someone took it? Or," Poirot said thoughtfully, "perhaps our professor was clever enough to hide it in plain sight." He held up the mysterious code once again, studying it in the afternoon light that slanted through the tall windows. What if this is not just a random cipher, but the key to something much more significant? The remainder of the afternoon was spent in the university library, where Poirot immersed himself in texts on cryptography and mathematical theory. The library was a cathedral of knowledge, its vaulted ceilings soaring above rows of ancient books that seemed to whisper with centuries of accumulated wisdom. Dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight that fell through stained glass windows, creating an atmosphere that was both scholarly and mystical. As evening approached, casting long shadows between the book stacks, Poirot made a discovery that caused him to draw in his breath sharply. In a volume on advanced cipher techniques, he found a bookmark, a piece of paper torn from a notepad, with symbols that exactly matched portions of the professor's mysterious code. The bookmark had been placed at a chapter titled The Pi Cipher, a revolutionary approach to unbreakable encryption. According to the author, the Pi cipher used the infinite, non-repeating sequence of digits in the mathematical constant pi as the basis for an encoding system that would be virtually impossible to break without knowledge of the specific starting point and methodology. "Mon Dieu," Poirot whispered to himself, his voice barely audible in the hushed atmosphere of the library. The professor's final note, "The answer lies in P," was not a dying man's rambling. It was a clue. As the library began to empty and the evening shadows grew longer, Poirot carefully copied the relevant pages from the cryptography text, his mind racing with the implications of his discovery. If Professor Dubois had indeed perfected a pi-based cipher, its value would be immense, not just to mathematicians and academics, but to governments and military organisations around the world. The walk back to his apartment took him through the heart of old Brussels, past cafes where intellectuals debated the great questions of the day, past art galleries where painters captured the changing light of a world between wars. The gas lamps were beginning to flicker to life, casting pools of warm light on the cobblestone streets, and the scent of roasting chestnuts from street vendors mingled with the crisp autumn air. But Poirot's mind was not on the beauty of the evening cityscape. Instead, he found himself thinking about the complex web of relationships and motivations that surrounded Professor Dubois' death. The bitter rivalry with Dr. Brennan, the mysterious meetings at the Café de la Paix, the secretive research into unbreakable codes. Each element seemed connected to the others by invisible threads that only he could perceive. Back in his apartment, with the fire crackling in the grate and his evening tisane steaming beside him, Poirot spread the professor's code across his small writing desk and began the delicate work of analysis. The P cipher, if that's what this was, required not just mathematical skill, but intuitive understanding of how a brilliant mind might choose to hide its greatest discovery. The first breakthrough came near midnight, when the city had settled into the quiet rhythms of sleep. Poirot noticed that the sequence of numbers at the beginning of the code, 3.14159.265, were the first digits of pi. But rather than continuing with the standard progression, the sequence was interrupted by letters and symbols that seemed to have no mathematical significance. Unless, he murmured to himself, they are not meant to be mathematical at all. He reached for a sheet of paper and began to transcribe the letters, ignoring the numbers entirely. CAFE-PA-XMIDNIGTBURNINGCANDLE. With growing excitement, he separated these into words: Café Pay, midnight burning candle. The Café de la Paix, where Professor Dubois had been seen meeting with a mysterious stranger. Midnight, a time when secret meetings might occur. Burning candle. Perhaps a signal, a way of identifying the correct contact. Poirot leaned back in his chair, a smile of satisfaction playing across his lips. The professor had not just created a cipher, he had embedded within it the instructions for a clandestine meeting. But with whom? And for what purpose? The answer, he suspected, lay in understanding the full scope of the professor's work and the true nature of his relationship with the enigmatic Dr. Brennan. But that investigation would have to wait for tomorrow. For now, he was content to have unlocked the first layer of the mystery, like opening the outer door of a house full of secrets. Sleep came slowly that night, filled with dreams of dancing symbols and whispering voices, of gaslit streets and shadowy figures who moved through the fog-wrapped city carrying secrets that could change the world. In his dreams, Professor Dubois was still alive, his eyes bright with the fever of discovery, working by candlelight on equations that seemed to glow with their own inner fire. The morning brought rain, soft and persistent, drumming against the windows with a gentle rhythm of fingers tapping out a complex code. Poirot dressed carefully, selecting a dark overcoat suitable for the weather and the serious nature of his investigation. The mysterious message had provided him with a time and place, the Café de la Paix at midnight, but many questions remained unanswered. His first destination was the university, where he hoped to learn more about Professor Dubois' recent activities and perhaps discover who else might have known about his cryptographic breakthrough. The rain had transformed the campus into an impressionist painting, all blurred edges and reflected light, with students hurrying between buildings under black umbrellas that bloomed like dark flowers against the grey morning. In the mathematics department office, he spoke with the secretary, a motherly woman named Madame Rousseau who had worked at the university for over 20 years. Her desk was a model of organisation, with neat stacks of papers and a tea service that suggested she was prepared for any crisis that might arise in the academic world. Professor Dubois was troubled in his final weeks, she confided, her voice low and concerned. He would arrive very early before anyone else, and lock himself in his office. Sometimes I would hear him talking to himself, working out problems aloud. And the telephone calls, so many telephone calls, always whispered conversations that stopped the moment anyone came near. Did you recognize any of the voices of those who called for him? Poirot inquired gently. Madame Rousseau shook her head. They never gave their names, always said they were colleagues or associates. But Professor Dubois would become very agitated after these calls, pacing his office, muttering about trust and betrayal. The picture that emerged from these conversations was of a man under tremendous pressure, caught between the excitement of a major discovery and fear of those who might want to exploit it. The Paix cipher, if Poirot's analysis was correct, represented not just an academic achievement, but a potential military and intelligence breakthrough of enormous value. His next stop was the Café de la Paix itself, an elegant establishment in the heart of Brussels' artistic quarter. During the day it was filled with writers and painters, intellectuals who debated philosophy over strong coffee and pastries. But Poirot could see how it might transform in the evening hours into something more mysterious, a place where secrets were traded and clandestine meetings arranged. The proprietor, Monsieur Beaumont, remembered Professor Dubois well. A regular customer for many years, he explained as he wiped down glasses behind the polished mahogany bar. Always ordered the same thing. Coffee, black, no sugar. Liked to sit in the corner booth where he could see everyone who entered. And recently, Poirot prompted, have you noticed any change in his behaviour? Beaumont paused in his glass cleaning. his expression growing thoughtful. As a matter of fact, yes. For the past month or so, he'd been meeting people here. Always different people. Never the same person twice. They would speak in low voices, sometimes show each other papers. The professor always seemed nervous during these meetings. Can you describe any of these people? One was a woman, very elegant, who spoke with what might have been a Russian accent. Another was a military type. You know the posture, the way of holding oneself. And there was a younger man, maybe 30, with the look of someone who worked with his hands but dressed like a gentleman. Each description added another layer to the mystery. It seemed that Professor Dubois had been in contact with a network of individuals, possibly representatives of different governments or organisations, all interested in his cryptographic work. But which one had been trustworthy, and which might have posed a threat? As afternoon faded into evening, Poirot prepared for the midnight rendezvous at the café. He had no way of knowing if the professor's death had cancelled whatever meeting was planned, or if someone would appear expecting to find the mathematician with his revolutionary cipher. The detective's plan was simple. Arrive early, observe carefully, and see what secrets the night might reveal. The café at night was a different creature entirely from its daytime incarnation. The gas lights had been dimmed to create intimate pools of illumination, and the clientele had shifted from earnest intellectuals to a more diverse and mysterious crowd. Artists rubbed shoulders with well-dressed individuals whose occupations were not immediately apparent, while in the corners, couples and small groups conducted conversations in hushed tones. Poirot selected a table that offered a clear view of the entire establishment, while keeping him partially concealed in the shadows. He ordered coffee and settled in to wait, his senses alert to every movement and sound in the atmospheric space around him. The rain continued to fall outside, creating a gentle percussion against the tall windows that faced the street. At 5 minutes before midnight she entered. The woman was striking rather than conventionally beautiful, with dark hair swept back in an elegant chignon and eyes that seemed to catalogue every face in the room before settling on the corner booth where Professor Dubois typically sat. She wore a midnight blue coat that suggested both sophistication and the means to afford the finest things, and she moved with the confidence of someone accustomed to being in control of any situation. She ordered vodka, confirming Monsieur Beaumont's observation about the Russian accent, and glanced frequently at a delicate gold watch on her wrist. Her nervousness was subtle but unmistakable to Poirot's trained eye. The slight tapping of her fingers on the table, the way her gaze returned repeatedly to the entrance, the careful positioning of her purse as if she might need to leave quickly. At precisely midnight, she lit a small candle at her table. The signal from the professor's coded message had been accurate. This was clearly the person he had been scheduled to meet, the final recipient of whatever information his cipher was designed to protect. But Professor Dubois would not be keeping this appointment, and his revolutionary discovery had died with him, or had it. Poirot made his decision. Rising from his table with the unhurried grace that characterized all his movements, he approached the woman's booth. Her eyes met him with a mixture of wariness and intelligence that suggested she was no ordinary academic contact. "Mademoiselle," he said softly, "I believe you were expecting to meet Professor Henri Dubois this evening." Her reaction was subtle but telling. A slight tightening around her eyes, a barely perceptible shift in her posture that suggested readiness to flee or fight as the situation demanded. "I'm afraid I don't know what you mean," she replied, but her accent confirmed Beaumont's observation. "My name is Hercule Poirot," he continued, settling into the booth across from her without invitation. "I'm investigating the professor's death, which occurred yesterday evening. Perhaps we might discuss what arrangement you had with him." For a long moment she studied his face in the flickering candlelight, as if trying to determine whether he represented safety or danger. Finally she seemed to reach a conclusion. "Inspector Natasha Volkov," she said quietly. "I represent certain interested parties who are hoping to discuss the professor's research with him." The admission hung between them like a bridge over dangerous waters. Poirot could sense the currents of international intrigue that swirled around this case, the complex web of competing interests that had made Professor Dubois' discovery so valuable and potentially so dangerous. And what exactly did these interested parties hope to discuss? He asked, his tone remaining gentle and encouraging. Inspector Volkov glanced around the cafe, noting the other patrons and calculating the privacy of their conversation. The professor claimed to have developed a cipher system that would be virtually unbreakable. My government has concerns about such technology falling into the wrong hands. And what hands would be the wrong ones? Her smile was slight but meaningful. Anyone but ours, naturally. The professor had been shopping his discovery around various parties. We were hoping to convince him that exclusive cooperation with us would be in everyone's best interests. The implications of her words were clear. Nations and organizations around the world were engaged in a secret competition to acquire Professor Dubois' cipher, each believing that control of unbreakable codes would provide crucial advantages in an increasingly uncertain world. But the professor's death had left the outcome of this competition very much in doubt. "I assume you are aware," Poirot said carefully, "that the professor's research notes have been examined by the authorities, and no complete version of his cipher system has been found." Volkov's expression sharpened with interest. "That's curious. The professor assured us that his work was complete, ready for demonstration. Are you suggesting that someone else might have acquired it?" "It is certainly a possibility we are considering," Poirot admitted. "Tell me, Inspector, in your negotiations with Professor Dubois, did he mention any concerns about his safety? Any suggestions that he felt threatened by rival parties?" The question seemed to unlock something in the Russian inspector's demeanour. She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "He was terrified, Monsieur Poirot. Our last communication, 3 days ago, he spoke of betrayal within his own university. He suspected that someone close to him was working for competing interests. This revelation sent new currents of understanding through Poirot's analytical mind. The bitter rivalry between Professor Dubois and Dr. Brennan took on new significance if one or both of them had been approached by foreign intelligence services. The professor's paranoia and secretiveness suddenly seemed not like symptoms of mental instability, but reasonable responses to genuine danger. "Did he name any specific individuals?" Poirot inquired. "Only initials. He mentioned someone with the initial B who had been asking too many questions about his work, pressing for details about his methodology. The professor believed this person was reporting back to another government. Dr. Brennan's convenient alibi for the time of the professor's death was beginning to look less like coincidence and more like careful planning. But if Brennan was working for a foreign power, which one? And had he succeeded in acquiring the pi cipher for his masters?" Inspector Volkov finished her vodka and prepared to leave, but before she rose from the booth she fixed Poirot with an intense stare. "Monsieur, I will share with you a piece of information that may be valuable to your investigation. Yesterday morning, 12 hours before the professor's death, our listening post intercepted a coded transmission from Brussels to Berlin. We could not break the cipher, but the timing suggests it may be connected to this affair. Berlin." The implications sent a chill through Poirot's consciousness. In 1932, Germany was experiencing the political upheavals that would soon reshape Europe, and the value of unbreakable military codes to such a regime would be incalculable. If Dr. Brennan was indeed working for German interests, the professor's death took on dimensions far beyond academic rivalry. After Inspector Volkov's departure, Poirot remained in the cafe for another hour, allowing his mind to process the evening's revelations while the rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows. The candle at his table had burned down to a small pool of wax, its flame flickering like a dying secret, and the late-night patron spoke in even more hushed tones, as if the very air had grown thick with conspiracy. The walk back to his apartment took him through streets that glistened like black mirrors under the gas lamps, reflecting the amber light in patterns that seemed almost like code themselves. Every shadow held potential watchers. Every footstep behind him might belong to someone with interests in the professor's cipher. The international dimensions of the case had transformed a simple academic death into something far more dangerous and complex. In the safety of his apartment, with the fire rebuilt and burning warmly in the grate, Poirot spread his materials across the small writing desk. The professor's coded message, his research notes from the university study, the pages copied from the cryptography text, and now the new information about coded transmissions to Berlin. Each piece of evidence seemed to glow in the firelight, as if infused with the intensity of the mystery that connected them. The pi cipher, he was now convinced, was real and complete. Professor Dubois had not died before finishing his work. He had died because he had finished it. Someone had acquired the breakthrough discovery, but through what means? Theft seemed unlikely given the locked study and undisturbed papers. Coercion was possible, but the professor's heart attack suggested either natural causes or something more subtle than direct violence. As the night deepened around him, Poirot found himself thinking about the nature of codes and the minds that created them. Every cipher was, at its heart, a conversation between two intelligences, the encoder who embedded the message and the decoder who revealed it. But what if Professor Dubois had been engaged in a three-way conversation, encoding his discovery not just for his intended recipient, but also creating a backup message for someone else? The thought sent him back to the mysterious code with renewed focus. He had decoded the basic message, CAFEPAIXMIDNIGHTBURNINGCANDLE. But what if there were deeper layers? What if the professor, knowing his life was in danger, had embedded multiple messages within the same set of symbols? Working by the gentle light of his desk lamp, Poirot began a new analysis of the code. This time, instead of focusing only on the letters and obvious symbols, he paid attention to the mathematical elements, the numbers, the geometric shapes, the precise positioning of each mark on the paper. If Professor Dubois was truly as brilliant as everyone claimed, his final message would be a masterpiece of cryptographic art. The breakthrough came as the cathedral bells of Brussels were chiming 2 o'clock in the morning. Hidden within the geometric patterns at the bottom of the code, Poirot discovered a second message encoded using a simple substitution cipher based on the mathematical constant E rather than pi. When decoded, it revealed, "Brennan has copy beware, midnight betrayal." The professor had known. In his final hours, perhaps even as he felt his heart beginning to fail under the stress of discovery and betrayal, he had managed to encode not just the meeting instructions for Inspector Volkov, but also a warning about the true nature of the theft. Dr. Brennan had somehow acquired a copy of the pi cipher, and the professor had realized the betrayal too late to prevent it. But how had Brennan obtained the cipher? And if he already possessed it, why had Professor Dubois died at that particular moment? The questions multiplied like reflections in a hall of mirrors, each answer revealing new depths to the mystery. The remainder of the night passed in contemplation and analysis. Poirot dozed fitfully in his chair by the fire, his dreams filled with mathematical symbols that danced and transformed, always staying one step ahead of his understanding. When dawn finally crept through his windows, grey and soft with the promise of autumn rain, he had reached several important conclusions. First, Dr. Brennan was almost certainly working for German intelligence services, using his position at the university to acquire valuable cryptographic research. Second, Professor Dubois had discovered this betrayal, but had been unable to prevent Brennan from obtaining a copy of the pi cipher. Third, the professor's death, while apparently natural, had occurred at a suspiciously convenient moment for those who wanted to prevent him from warning others about Brennan's activities. The morning brought Inspector Japp to Poirot's door, carrying fresh coffee and croissants from the bakery, and an expression that suggested new developments in the case. They sat by the fireplace, the flames providing warmth against the chill that seemed to have settled over the investigation like morning fog. "I've been making inquiries about our doctor," Brennan, Japp began, his voice carrying undertones of concern. "Seems he's been living well above his professor's salary lately. New clothes, expensive dinners, a recent holiday to Switzerland that must have cost a small fortune." Poirot nodded, unsurprised by this information. And what explanation does he offer for this sudden prosperity? Claims he's been doing consulting work for a private research foundation. Won't say which one, citing confidentiality agreements. Very convenient if you ask me. The detective shared his nighttime discoveries with Japp. The decoded warning about Brennan, the implications of the transmission to Berlin, the complex web of international intrigue that surrounded the professor's cipher. As he spoke, he could see understanding dawning in the inspector's eyes, along with the recognition that they were dealing with something far more serious than academic rivalry. "So, what's our next move?" Japp asked, finishing his coffee and setting the cup aside. "We can hardly arrest Brennan for espionage based on a decoded message and some expensive clothes." "Non, mon ami, but we can perhaps encourage him to reveal himself through his own actions," Poirot replied, his eyes taking on the gleam that appeared whenever a plan began to form in his mind. "If Dr. Brennan believes he has successfully acquired the PI cipher without detection, he will eventually need to deliver it to his masters. That moment of transmission will be when he is most vulnerable." The plan that Poirot outlined was subtle but elegant. Rather than confronting Brennan directly, they would allow him to believe that the investigation was focusing elsewhere. Perhaps on the mysterious foreign contacts Professor Dubois had been meeting. Meanwhile, they would arrange for careful surveillance of Brennan's activities, watching for any attempt to communicate with handlers, or make arrangements for transferring the cipher. Inspector Volkov, when contacted through diplomatic channels, proved surprisingly willing to cooperate with this approach. Her government's interest in preventing the cipher from reaching German hands aligned perfectly with Poirot's investigation, and she had resources for surveillance that the Belgian police could not match. "We will watch and wait," she confirmed during a discreet meeting in the university library that afternoon. "My people can monitor communications, track movements, identify contacts. If Dr. Brennan is indeed working for German intelligence, he will eventually make a mistake." The waiting period stretched across several days, during which Poirot maintained the appearance of continuing his investigation along conventional lines. He interviewed more of Professor Dubois' colleagues, examined the professor's financial records, and even visited the mathematician's modest apartment to search for additional clues. All of this was genuine investigative work, but it also served to create the impression that he had not yet identified the true perpetrator. Dr. Brennan, for his part, seemed relaxed and cooperative. He answered questions readily, expressed appropriate concern about his colleague's death, and showed no signs of the nervousness that might be expected from someone engaged in espionage. Either he was an exceptionally skilled actor, or he genuinely believed that his activities had gone undetected. The breakthrough came on a Tuesday evening, when Inspector Volkov's surveillance team observed Brennan leaving the university unusually late and taking a circuitous route through the old city. Instead of heading toward his apartment, he made his way to a small bookshop in the antique district, an establishment that stayed open late to cater to serious collectors and scholars. The bookshop, when investigated, proved to be owned by a German expatriate named Klaus Weber, who had lived in Brussels for over a decade and maintained an impeccable reputation as a dealer in rare mathematical and scientific texts. But Inspector Volkov's intelligence sources revealed that Weber had maintained contacts with his homeland that went beyond mere business relationships. "We observed Dr. Brennan enter the shop at 9:15, Volkov reported to Poirot the next morning. He remained inside for exactly 12 minutes, during which time no other customers entered or left. When he emerged, he was no longer carrying the briefcase he had brought with him. The transfer had been made. After days of careful planning and patient surveillance, Dr. Brennan had finally delivered the pi cipher to his German contact. But rather than feeling triumphant, Poirot found himself troubled by the implications of what they had witnessed. "If the cipher is now in German hands," he mused, pacing his apartment while Inspector Japp watched from beside the fireplace, "then Professor Dubois died for nothing. His great discovery will be used not for the advancement of human knowledge, but for the purposes of those who would plunge Europe into darkness." But even as he spoke these words, Poirot felt the stirring of an idea that might yet save something from the tragedy. Professor Dubois had been brilliantly paranoid, embedding multiple layers of meaning within his final coded message. What if his greatest act of paranoia had been to provide false information to his betrayer? "Mon Dieu," he whispered, stopping his pacing abruptly. What if the cipher that Dr. Brennan stole was not the real P cipher, but a deliberately constructed false version designed to mislead exactly the sort of people who would steal it? The idea had the elegance that Poirot associated with truly brilliant solutions. Professor Dubois, realizing that his work was being observed and possibly stolen, could have prepared a plausible but fundamentally flawed version of his cipher. anyone stealing this false version would believe they had acquired a revolutionary cryptographic system, but their coded messages would actually be more vulnerable to decryption, not less. To test this theory, Poirot returned to the professor's study, this time examining it with the assumption that the most important discoveries might be hidden in the most obvious places. The blackboards covered with mathematical equations, the stacks of research papers, the carefully organised books, all of these took on new significance when viewed as potential hiding places for the real pi cipher. The discovery came in the form of a slim volume tucked between two much larger texts on number theory. The book appeared to be a standard mathematical reference, but when Poirot opened it, he found that the interior pages had been carefully hollowed out to create a hiding place. Within this concealed space lay a single sheet of paper covered with equations and symbols that were far more complex and sophisticated than anything found in Brennan's stolen materials. This was the real pi cipher, not just a coding system, but a complete mathematical framework for creating virtually unbreakable codes. The elegance of the mathematics was breathtaking, representing years of brilliant theoretical work condensed into a form that could revolutionize cryptography. And it had been hidden in plain sight, protected by the simple assumption that thieves would look for dramatic hiding places rather than obvious ones. But Professor Dubois' final act of genius went even beyond this. Attached to the real cipher was a note, written in his careful handwriting, that revealed the full scope of his paranoid preparations. To whoever finds this, I have suspected for months that my work was being observed and possibly stolen. The version that B believes he has acquired contains subtle mathematical flaws that will cause any codes created with it to be more vulnerable than its existing systems, not less. I have allowed him to steal worthless information while protecting the real breakthrough. If something has happened to me, I trust that this discovery will be used for the benefit of humanity, not for the purposes of war. H. Dubois. The professor had not been the victim of betrayal. He had been its architect. Every aspect of his apparent paranoia and secretiveness had been calculated to lure Brennan into stealing information that would ultimately prove useless to German intelligence. The real pi cipher remained safe, waiting to be discovered by those who would use it responsibly. Poirot shared this revelation with Inspector Japp and, through secure channels, with Inspector Volkoff. The implications were staggering. Not only had they prevented a valuable cryptographic system from falling into dangerous hands, but they had actually arranged for those same dangerous hands to receive information that would make their codes easier to break, not harder. The Germans will spend months, perhaps years, trying to understand why their unbreakable cipher system seems to produce codes that are more vulnerable than their existing methods, Volkoff observed with obvious satisfaction. Meanwhile, the real system remains available for those who can use it constructively. But even as they celebrated this victory, Poirot found himself returning to the fundamental question of Professor Dubois' death. The mathematician had died of heart failure, apparently from natural causes, but the timing remained suspiciously convenient for those who wanted to prevent him from revealing Brennan's activities. The answer, when it finally emerged, came from an unexpected source. Dr. Brennan himself, perhaps feeling guilty about his role in recent events, or possibly concerned about what the investigation might uncover, requested a private meeting with Poirot. They met in the professor's study, surrounded by the intellectual legacy of a man whose final weeks had been devoted to protecting his life's work from those who would misuse it. "I need to tell you something," Brennan began, his voice heavy with emotion that seemed genuine, "about Henry's death. I may have contributed to what happened." Poirot settled into the chair behind the professor's desk, his expression encouraging Brennan to continue. The afternoon light slanted through the tall windows, casting long shadows that seemed to reach toward the truth. "I was stealing his research," Brennan admitted. "Not for money, but because I was jealous. Henry was brilliant in ways I could never be, and when I was approached by people who offered to pay handsomely for his work, it seemed like a way to finally get recognition for myself." The confession continued in fits and starts, punctuated by long pauses during which Brennan seemed to struggle with the magnitude of what he was revealing. He had indeed been working for German intelligence, but not as a committed ideological agent. Rather, he had been recruited through a combination of financial inducements and appeals to his wounded professional pride. I had been photographing his research notes for weeks, Brennan continued. Henry suspected something, but he couldn't prove it. Then, 3 nights ago, he confronted me directly. He said he knew what I was doing and demanded that I stop. "And how did you respond to this confrontation?" Poirot asked gently. Brennan's face crumpled with what appeared to be genuine remorse. I told him he was imagining things, that his paranoia had gotten the better of him, but Henry wasn't fooled. He said he was going to report everything to the university authorities and to the police. He gave me until the next evening to confess voluntarily, or he would do it for me. The next evening, the night Professor Dubois died. Poirot could see how the pieces were fitting together, but he waited for Brennan to complete his confession. "I went to his study that night to plead with him one more time," Brennan continued. "I found him working at his desk, as always. When I came in, he looked up at me with such disappointment. He said he had hoped I would do the right thing, but since I hadn't, he would have to take action himself. And then he reached for the telephone to call the police. I panicked. I grabbed his arm to stop him and we struggled briefly. Henri was not a young man, and the stress, the physical exertion. He clutched his chest and collapsed. I tried to help him, but it was too late. His heart simply gave out. The struggle had been brief and relatively minor, but for a man of Professor Dubois' age and the tremendous stress he had been under, it had been enough to trigger the heart attack that killed him. Brennan had not murdered his colleague in any premeditated sense, but his actions had directly contributed to the professor's death. "Why did you not call for medical assistance immediately?" Poirot inquired. Brennan's shame was evident in his posture and expression. "I was terrified. I knew that if Henri died and my activities were discovered, I would be suspected of murder, so I arranged things to look as if he had simply collapsed while working. I placed the coded message in his hand, thinking it would confuse the investigation and direct attention away from me." The irony was profound. In trying to cover up his role in the professor's death, Brennan had actually ensured that the professor's final message would be discovered and decoded, leading directly to the uncovering of the entire espionage operation. Professor Dubois had achieved in death what he might not have been able to accomplish in life, the complete exposure of his betrayer. But Brennan's confession revealed an even deeper irony. Unknown to him, the research he'd been photographing and stealing was the deliberately flawed version of the cipher that Professor Dubois had prepared as bait. Every photograph Brennan had taken, every document he had copied, every piece of information he had transmitted to his German handlers, all of it was worthless, designed specifically to mislead those who would steal it. "Dr. Brennan," Poirot said softly, "I must inform you that Professor Dubois was even more clever than either of us realized. The cipher system you believed you were stealing was deliberately constructed to be flawed. The real pi cipher was hidden elsewhere, safe from those who would misuse it." The revelation struck Brennan like a physical blow. All his betrayal, all his guilt, all the events that had led to his colleague's death, they had been for nothing. Professor Dubois had outsmarted him completely, allowing him to steal worthless information while protecting his real discovery. "He knew," Brennan whispered, his voice barely audible. "Even at the end, he was still smarter than all of us." The remainder of the afternoon was spent in formal procedures. Brennan's arrest for espionage and his role in Professor Dubois' death, the seizure of the German intelligence network that had recruited him, and the careful documentation of the real pi cipher for evaluation by appropriate authorities. Inspector Volkov's government ultimately acquired access to the system through legitimate diplomatic channels, ensuring that it would be used for defensive rather than aggressive purposes. As evening settled over Brussels, Poirot found himself once again in his apartment by the fireplace, contemplating the complex web of human motivations that had driven this case. Professor Dubois had died protecting his life's work, but he had also died knowing that his betrayer would ultimately be caught by his own actions. There was a kind of mathematical elegance to the resolution that the professor himself would have appreciated. The coded message that had started the investigation lay on the table beside Poirot's chair, its symbols now fully decoded and understood. But beyond its literal meaning, it represented something more profound, the final communication of a brilliant mind that had continued to think strategically even in the face of betrayal and death. Klaus Weber, the bookshop owner who had served as the contact point for the German intelligence operation, was quietly expelled from Belgium, his extensive network of contacts and resources dismantled by the combined efforts of Belgian and Russian intelligence services. The false cipher that he had received would eventually make its way to Berlin, where German cryptographers would spend months trying to understand why their revolutionary new system seemed to make their codes more vulnerable rather than less. Dr. Brennan faced charges that would likely result in a lengthy prison sentence, though Poirot found himself feeling more pity than anger toward the man. Brennan's betrayal had been motivated not by ideology or even simple greed, but by the more human failing of wounded pride and professional jealousy. In trying to steal another man's genius, he had destroyed both his colleague and himself. The real pi cipher, meanwhile, was carefully studied by mathematical and cryptographic experts who confirmed Professor Dubois' assessment of its revolutionary potential. Arrangements were made to share the system with Allied governments, while ensuring that its principles would eventually be published for the advancement of mathematical knowledge, exactly as the professor would have wanted. But perhaps the most profound aspect of the case was what it revealed about the nature of intellectual brilliance and moral courage. Professor Dubois possessed both qualities in abundance, using his mathematical genius not just to create a revolutionary cipher system, but to protect it from those who would use it for destructive purposes. Even facing betrayal and death, he had continued to think several moves ahead, ensuring that truth would ultimately prevail over deception. As the fire settled into glowing embers, and the sounds of the city grew quiet with the advancing night, Poirot reflected on the curious way that this case had resolved itself. Every attempt to steal or suppress Professor Dubois' work had ultimately contributed to its protection and proper dissemination. Every act of betrayal had led to greater exposure of the truth. It was as if the professor's mathematical mind had calculated not just the cipher itself, but the entire sequence of events that would flow from its creation. The rain that had fallen throughout much of the investigation had given way to clear skies, and through his apartment windows Poirot could see stars emerging in the darkness above Brussels. Each point of light seemed to represent a truth waiting to be discovered, a mystery waiting to be solved, a human story waiting to be understood. In the months that followed, the case of the Labyrinthine Code would be remembered not just as a successful investigation, but as a testament to the power of intellectual integrity in the face of betrayal and greed. Professor Henri Dubois had died as he had lived, thinking brilliantly, protecting what was valuable, and ensuring that knowledge would serve humanity rather than destroy it. The P cipher itself would eventually contribute to the development of more secure communication systems, helping to protect diplomatic and military communications during the turbulent years that lay ahead for Europe. But its creator's greatest achievement was not mathematical. It was moral. He had shown that brilliant minds could choose to use their gifts responsibly, even when faced with tremendous pressure and personal danger. Poirot kept the original coded message as a reminder of the case and its lessons. Sometimes, late at night by his fireplace, he would take it out and study its elegant symbols, thinking about the man who had created it and the complex motivations that had led to its existence. The code had been solved, the mystery resolved, and justice served, but the deeper questions about human nature and moral choice remained as compelling as ever. The mathematical constant pi, with its infinite and non-repeating sequence of digits, had provided the foundation for Professor Dubois' revolutionary cipher. But P also represented something more abstract, the idea that some truths are infinite and eternal, continuing beyond any individual life or momentary crisis. Professor Dubois' commitment to intellectual integrity was like that mathematical constant, infinite, eternal, and ultimately more powerful than any force that might try to corrupt or suppress it. As the cathedral bells of Brussels chimed midnight, marking the end of another day in the city's long history, Poirot carefully folded the coded message and placed it in his desk drawer. The case was closed, but its echoes would continue to resonate through the corridors of memory and the chambers of conscience, reminding anyone who heard the story that brilliance and courage, when combined with moral purpose, could triumph over betrayal and create legacies that lasted far beyond their creators' lives. The gentle sound of rain began again outside his windows, soft and persistent, like the whisper of secrets being shared between the night and the sleeping city. In that whisper, Poirot could almost hear the voice of Professor Henri Dubois, speaking from beyond death about the importance of protecting knowledge and using intelligence in service of truth rather than deception. The fire in the grate settled into its final glowing coals, casting a warm light that seemed to embrace both the detective and the memory of the brilliant mathematician whose final case had revealed so much about the eternal struggle between wisdom and folly, between integrity and betrayal, between the forces that sought to illuminate the world and those that preferred to keep it in darkness. And so, the case of the Labyrinthine Code drew to its close, not with violence or dramatic confrontation, but with the quiet satisfaction that comes from understanding how complex human motivations can create intricate patterns of cause and effect, and how one brilliant mind, even in death, could continue to protect what was valuable and ensure that truth ultimately prevailed over deception. In the end, Professor Dubois had solved the greatest cipher of all, the code of moral choice in a world where knowledge could serve either creation or destruction, and where the truly wise chose creation, always and forever. But the story of the Pi cipher did not end with the resolution of the immediate mystery. In the weeks that followed, as autumn deepened into winter and Brussels took on the hushed quality that comes with the first whispers of snow, Poirot found himself drawn again and again to contemplate the deeper implications of what they had uncovered. The case had revealed layers within layers, like the nested chambers of an ancient temple, each discovery leading to new questions about the nature of knowledge, loyalty, and the price of genius. The trial of Dr. Brennan became a sensation in academic circles throughout Europe, though the full details of the espionage operation remained carefully concealed from public view. Those who attended the proceedings saw only the surface story, a brilliant but flawed professor who had allowed jealousy and greed to corrupt his judgment, ultimately leading to the death of a respected colleague. The deeper currents of international intrigue, the false cipher designed to mislead enemy agents, and the profound mathematical breakthrough that had been protected through an elaborate deception. All of this remained hidden in the classified files of intelligence services. Poirot attended several sessions of the trial, sitting quietly in the back of the courtroom and observing the complex interplay of justice and secrecy that characterized such cases. Dr. Brennan, pale and hollow-eyed from months of detention and the weight of his guilt, presented a figure that inspired more pity than hatred. His testimony revealed the full extent of his recruitment by German intelligence, the gradual corruption of his academic integrity, and the terrible moment when his confrontation with Professor Dubois had led to the older man's fatal heart attack. "I never intended for Henri to die," Brennan repeated again and again, his voice barely above a whisper in the hushed courtroom. "I was weak, greedy, and foolish, but I never wanted to cause harm to anyone. Henri was a brilliant man, perhaps the most brilliant I have ever known, and the world is diminished by his loss." The judge, a learned man with silver hair and eyes that had seen many cases involving the shadows between nations, listened with the patience of someone who understood that justice in such matters required careful consideration of complex motivations. The sentence, when it came, reflected both the seriousness of Brennan's crimes and the recognition that he had been as much a victim of manipulation as a willing participant in betrayal. 5 years' imprisonment, the judge pronounced, his voice carrying the weight of final judgment, with the possibility of reduction for good behaviour and cooperation with ongoing security investigations. Inspector Volkov, who had remained in Brussels to monitor the proceedings and tie up loose ends of the intelligence operation, met with Poirot in the same café where they had first encountered each other on that fog-shrouded night that seemed so long ago. The establishment had returned to its daytime character, filled with writers and artists, intellectuals debating philosophy over coffee and pastries, students from the university spreading their books across small tables and losing themselves in study. "The false cipher has had exactly the effect Professor Dubois intended," she reported, her voice carrying a note of professional satisfaction mixed with genuine admiration for the dead mathematician's foresight. "German cryptographers have been working for months trying to understand why their new system seems to make their codes more vulnerable rather than less. Several important intelligence operations have been compromised as a result." Poirot nodded, stirring his coffee slowly and watching the winter sunlight slant through the cafe windows. Outside, snow was beginning to fall, the first significant snowfall of the season, and the flakes drifted past the glass like tiny messages written in a language only the wind could read. "And the real cipher?" he inquired gently. "Safely in the hands of those who will use it responsibly," Volkov replied. "My government has been working with French and British cryptographers to develop practical applications for defensive purposes. Professor Dubois' work will help protect diplomatic communications and military intelligence for years to come." But even as they discussed these matters of international significance, Poirot found his thoughts returning to the human dimension of the story. Professor Dubois had been more than just a brilliant mathematician. He had been a man living alone with his genius and his fears, working through long nights to perfect discoveries that he knew would change the world. His final weeks had been spent in an elaborate dance of deception, carefully constructing the false cipher that would mislead his betrayers while protecting his real breakthrough. The detective's contemplations led him to visit the professor's apartment one more time, though the official investigation was long complete, and the space had been cleared for rental to new tenants. The landlord, a kindly man named Monsieur Petit, who had known the professor for many years, granted Poirot access to the empty rooms where Henri Dubois had spent his final months. He was a quiet tenant, Monsieur Petit reminisced as they climbed the narrow stairs to the third floor. Never caused any trouble, always paid his rent on time, kept very regular hours. But in recent months I noticed changes. He would pace the floors late at night. I could hear his footsteps above my own apartment, and the visitors, so many visitors, all strangers, coming at odd hours. The apartment itself retained something of the professor's presence, despite being stripped of his personal belongings. The rooms were arranged with the same mathematical precision that had characterized his office. Every space used efficiently, every angle calculated for maximum functionality. Tall windows looked out over the university district, providing views of the Gothic spires and ancient courtyards where generations of scholars had pursued knowledge for its own sake. In the study, where Professor Dubois had spent countless hours working on his cryptographic theories, Poirot could almost sense the intensity of thought that had once filled the space. The walls still bore faint marks where blackboards had been mounted, and the floor showed worn areas where the professor had paced while working through complex problems. It was here, in this quiet room filled with winterlight, that the PI cipher had been conceived and developed. But it was in the bedroom that Poirot made his most significant discovery. Behind a loose baseboard near the window, he found a small metal box containing additional papers, not mathematical equations or cipher keys, but personal documents that revealed the human side of Professor Henri Dubois. Letters from colleagues around the world, expressing admiration for his work and invitations to lecture at prestigious universities. Photographs from academic conferences, showing a younger Dubois surrounded by other brilliant minds, his face animated with the joy of intellectual discourse. Most revealing was a journal written in the professor's careful handwriting that documented his thoughts and feelings during the final months of his life. The entries began with excitement about his cryptographic breakthrough, but gradually revealed his growing awareness that his work was being observed and possibly stolen. "I believe B is photographing my research notes," one entry read. "He has access to my office and knows my schedule well enough to avoid detection. But if he thinks he can steal my life's work so easily, he underestimates both my intelligence and my capacity for deception." Later entries revealed the deliberate nature of the professor's apparent paranoia. Rather than being driven to distraction by fears of betrayal, he had been methodically constructing an elaborate trap for those who would steal from him. "The false cipher is nearly complete," he had written just 2 weeks before his death. "Every equation is mathematically sound but contains subtle flaws that will make any codes created with it more vulnerable than existing systems. B has been so careful in his theft, so pleased with his cleverness, that he has no suspicion that he is stealing worthless information." The final entries revealed Professor Dubois' awareness that his deception might cost him his life. "The stress of maintaining this performance is affecting my health," he had written. "My heart races when I encounter B in the corridors, knowing what he is doing but having to pretend ignorance. But the work must be protected. If something happens to me, I've ensured that the real cipher will survive in safe hands." Reading these intimate revelations in the quiet apartment, with snow falling steadily outside the windows and the soft sounds of the city muffled by winter, Poirot felt a profound connection to the brilliant man who had died protecting his intellectual legacy. Professor Dubois had not been a victim of circumstance. He had been the architect of an elaborate deception that had continued to unfold long after his death. The detective carefully returned the papers to their hiding place, understanding that some secrets were meant to remain hidden. The journal and photographs would stay in the apartment, waiting perhaps for future scholars who might one day study the life and work of Henri Dubois, with the respect and understanding they deserved. As winter deepened over Brussels, Poirot found himself developing a new appreciation for the subtle complexities of human motivation and the ways in which brilliant minds could continue to influence events long after their departure from the world. The case had ended with arrests and trials, with justice served and secrets protected, but its deeper meanings continued to resonate through his thoughts like the harmonics of a complex musical composition. The real pi cipher, meanwhile, was being carefully studied and implemented by cryptographers working for governments that could be trusted to use it responsibly. The mathematical principles underlying Professor Dubois' breakthrough would eventually contribute to advances in computer science and digital security that the professor himself could never have imagined. His work would help protect not just military and diplomatic communications, but also the private correspondence and financial transactions of ordinary citizens in a world increasingly dependent on electronic communication. Dr. Brennan, serving his sentence in a minimum security prison near Antwerp, had begun teaching mathematics to other inmates as part of a rehabilitation program. Reports suggested that he had found some measure of peace in returning to pure mathematical instruction, sharing knowledge without the corrupting influence of ambition or jealousy. He had written several letters to Poirot, expressing remorse for his actions and gratitude for the detective's fair treatment during the investigation. "I understand now that Henri was always several steps ahead of me," one letter read. "Even in death, he managed to protect what was valuable, while ensuring that those who had misused knowledge received only deception. I was not just defeated by his superior intellect, I was educated by it." Perhaps that was his final gift to someone who had betrayed his trust. Inspector Volkov had returned to Moscow, but she maintained correspondence with Poirot, sharing updates on how the intelligence gained from the case continued to benefit international security. The false cipher had caused significant disruption in German intelligence operations, while the real cipher had been incorporated into defensive systems that would help maintain peace through deterrence rather than aggression. "Professor Dubois achieved something remarkable," she wrote in one of her letters. "He created a weapon that could only be used defensively, a form of knowledge that became more valuable the more widely it was shared. In a world where most military technology seeks to give one side advantage over another, he developed something that served the cause of peace itself." But perhaps the most fitting memorial to Professor Henri Dubois came from an unexpected source. The University of Louvain, seeking to honour their departed colleague while maintaining the secrecy that surrounded the true nature of his final work, established the Dubois Prize for Excellence in Applied Mathematics. The prize would be awarded annually to young mathematicians whose work showed particular promise for benefiting humanity through peaceful applications of mathematical knowledge. The first recipient was a young woman named Doctor, Marie Blanchard, whose work on error-correcting codes showed potential applications in everything from data storage to space communications. At the award ceremony, held in the same auditorium where Professor Dubois had once delivered lectures on number theory, Dr. Blanchard spoke about the inspiration she drew from the professor's example. Professor Dubois understood that mathematics is not just about solving abstract problems, she said, her voice clear and confident as it carried through the packed auditorium. It is about using the power of human reason to make the world a better place. Every equation we solve, every theorem we prove, every cipher we create. These are not just intellectual exercises, but contributions to the great human project of understanding and protecting what is valuable in our world. Poirot attended the ceremony, sitting quietly in the back of the auditorium as he had during Dr. Brennan's trial. But this time, the atmosphere was one of celebration rather than judgment, of hope rather than condemnation. The audience was filled with young mathematicians and scientists, their faces bright with the same intellectual passion that had driven Professor Dubois throughout his career. As Dr. Blanchard concluded her speech and accepted the bronze medal that bore Professor Dubois' likeness, Poirot felt a sense of completion that had nothing to do with solving mysteries or catching criminals. The case of the Labyrinthine Code had been about more than espionage and betrayal. It had been about the eternal struggle between those who would use knowledge to build and those who would use it to destroy. Professor Henri Dubois had chosen to build, even in the face of betrayal and death. His legacy would continue through the work of young scientists like Dr. Blanchard, through the secure communication systems that protected innocent lives, and through the example of intellectual integrity that inspired others to choose creation over destruction. The snow had been falling steadily throughout the ceremony, and as Poirot walked home through the quiet streets of Brussels, he reflected on the way winter transformed the city into something both familiar and mysterious. The gas lamps created pools of warm light along the cobblestone streets, and the Gothic spires of the university rose through the falling snow like prayers made visible against the darkening sky. In his apartment, with the fire crackling warmly in the grate and a cup of hot tisane steaming beside him, Poirot took out the professor's coded message one final time. The symbols no longer held any mystery. Every letter and number had been decoded, every hidden meaning revealed. But the paper itself had become something more than just evidence in a criminal case. It had become a tangible connection to a brilliant mind that had continued to protect what was valuable even in its final moments. The mathematical constant pi, with its infinite and non-repeating sequence of digits, had provided the foundation for Professor Dubois' revolutionary cipher. But it also represented something deeper. The idea that some truths transcend individual lives and temporary crises, continuing endlessly into the future, like the decimal expansion of an irrational number. As the fire settled into glowing embers, and the sounds of the city grew quiet with the advancing night, Poirot carefully folded the coded message and placed it in a small wooden box on his mantelpiece. It would remain there as a reminder of the case and its lessons, a testament to the power of human intelligence when guided by moral purpose. The case of the Labyrinthine Code was closed, but its echoes would continue to resonate through the years ahead. Professor Henri Dubois had solved more than just the problem of creating an unbreakable cipher. He had demonstrated that knowledge, when protected and shared responsibly, could serve as a force for peace and progress in a world too often torn by conflict and division. In the quiet of his apartment, surrounded by the gentle sounds of winter settling over Brussels, Poirot understood that he had witnessed something remarkable. Not just the solution of a complex mystery, but the triumph of intellectual integrity over betrayal, of creation over destruction, of the eternal human capacity to choose wisdom over folly. The professor's final cipher had been the code of moral choice itself, and in solving it, Poirot had learned that the most important mysteries were not always about discovering who committed a crime, but about understanding why some people chose to protect what was valuable, while others chose to exploit it. The snow continued to fall outside his windows, each flake unique and beautiful, like the infinite digits of pi, carrying messages of peace and renewal through the winter night. And in that gentle whisper of snow against glass, Poirot could almost hear the voice of Professor Henri Dubois, speaking from beyond death about the importance of using our gifts wisely, protecting what is precious, and ensuring that knowledge serves humanity's highest aspirations rather than its darkest impulses. The fire burned low, casting dancing shadows on the walls of the apartment, and in those shadows the memory of the brilliant mathematician lived on, not as a victim of betrayal, but as an architect of justice, a protector of knowledge, and a teacher whose final lesson would echo through the corridors of time like the eternal sequence of an irrational number, infinite, beautiful, and forever beyond the reach of those who would corrupt or destroy it. Years passed like pages turning in a beloved book, each season bringing new developments in the world of cryptography and international relations that could trace their origins back to that winter night when Professor Henri Dubois had died clutching his coded message. The false cipher continued to plague German intelligence operations, causing so many security breaches that their cryptographic division was eventually reorganized completely. Meanwhile, the real pi cipher had been refined and implemented in ways that the professor could never have imagined, becoming the foundation for secure communication systems that protected everything from diplomatic cables to personal correspondence. Poirot, now in his later years, had taken to visiting the university library on quiet afternoons, finding solace in the same cathedral of knowledge where he had first understood the true nature of the professor's deception. The library had changed a little. Dust motes still danced in shafts of sunlight through stained glass windows, and students still bent over ancient texts in pursuit of wisdom. But new sections had been added, devoted to the emerging science of computation and electronic communication, fields that owed their security foundations to the brilliant mathematician whose story remained largely unknown to the world. On one such afternoon, as autumn light filtered through the tall windows and cast golden patterns across the reading tables, Poirot encountered a familiar face among the researchers. Dr. Marie Blanchard, now several years older and bearing the confident bearing of an established scientist, was examining a collection of mathematical texts with the same intensity that had once characterized Professor Dubois himself. "Monsieur Poirot," she greeted him with genuine warmth, rising from her table as he approached. "What a pleasure to see you here. I often think of that ceremony where I received the Dubois Prize, and how fitting it was that you were there to witness it." They spoke quietly among the shelves of mathematical treatises, their conversation a gentle murmur that blended with the whispered turning of pages and the soft footsteps of other scholars. Dr. Blanchard had continued her research into error-correcting codes, building upon principles that unknowingly incorporated elements of Professor Dubois' work. Her discoveries were being used to protect digital communications around the world, ensuring that information could be transmitted safely across vast distances without corruption or interception. "I've often wondered," she confided as they walked between the towering bookcases, "about the true nature of Professor Dubois' final work. The university has been remarkably secretive about the details, and there are rumours among the faculty that his death involved more than simple academic rivalry." Poirot chose his words carefully, understanding that some secrets must remain buried even as their fruits continued to benefit humanity. "Professor Dubois was a man who understood that knowledge could be both a blessing and a burden," he replied gently. "His greatest achievement may have been ensuring that his discoveries would serve the cause of peace rather than conflict." Dr. Blanchard nodded thoughtfully, seeming to understand that there were depths to the story that would remain unexplored. The mathematics he left behind, even the publicly available portions, show a mind that was thinking decades ahead of its time. I sometimes wonder what other insights he might have shared if he had lived longer. Their conversation was interrupted by the approach of a younger student, an earnest young man with ink-stained fingers and the slightly wild hair that seemed to be a trademark of mathematicians everywhere. He carried an armload of books on cryptographic theory, and his eyes held the same passionate intensity that Poirot had once seen in the faces of both Professor Dubois and Dr. Brennan. "Dr. Blanchard," the student said excitedly, "I've been studying the frequency analysis patterns in the Dubois collection, and I think I may have found something significant. There are correlations between his published work and some of the theoretical frameworks being developed for quantum cryptography." Poirot felt a familiar thrill of recognition as he observed the young man's enthusiasm. Here was another generation of brilliant minds, building upon the foundation that Professor Dubois had laid, pushing the boundaries of human knowledge ever further into realms that the original creator had only dreamed of. The pi cipher, in its hidden and protected form, continued to inspire new discoveries, each breakthrough adding another layer to the professor's unintended legacy. As the student hurried away to pursue his research, Dr. Blanchard turned back to Poirot with a knowing smile. "He reminds me of myself at that age," she said, "so certain that the next equation, the next theorem, will unlock all the secrets of the universe. Perhaps it's better that we don't know how complex the truth really is." The detective found himself thinking of Professor Dubois' private journal, still hidden in his former apartment, waiting for someone wise enough to understand both its mathematical insights and its human truths. Someday, perhaps, when the political tensions of the current era had given way to calmer times, those intimate revelations could be shared with scholars who would appreciate both the brilliance and the courage they represented. As evening approached and the library began to empty, Poirot made his way back through the cobblestone streets of Brussels, past the Café de la Paix where so many secrets had been traded, past the university buildings where Professor Dubois had spent his final months crafting his elaborate deception. The city had grown and changed around these landmarks, but their essential character remained unchanged, places where human intelligence grappled with the great questions of existence and morality. In his apartment, now warmed by electric heating rather than the old coal fireplace, Poirot settled into his familiar chair and opened a letter that had arrived that morning. The envelope bore the official seal of the Belgian Ministry of Education, and its contents brought news that filled him with quiet satisfaction. The University of Louvain had announced the establishment of the Henri Dubois Institute for Ethical Mathematics, a research centre dedicated to exploring the moral implications of mathematical discoveries and ensuring that future breakthroughs in cryptography, computation, and related fields would be guided by principles of human welfare and international cooperation. The institute would be funded by contributions from governments around the world, many of whom had benefited from the security systems based on the professor's work. Dr. Marie Blanchard had been named as the institute's first director, a choice that Poirot found deeply appropriate. Her combination of mathematical brilliance and ethical sensibility made her the ideal custodian of Professor Dubois' intellectual legacy. The announcement mentioned that the institute would house a special collection of materials related to the professor's work, including some documents that had only recently been made available to researchers. Poirot smiled as he read this last detail, knowing that it referred to the careful release of selected portions of Professor Dubois' private papers, enough to illuminate his character and methods without revealing the secrets that still needed protection. The professor's journal, with its intimate revelations about the false cipher and his awareness of Brennan's betrayal, would remain hidden for now, but its wisdom would inform the work of future generations through the more subtle channels of institutional memory and scholarly tradition. The letter also brought news of Dr. Brennan, who had been released from prison after serving his full sentence, and had accepted a teaching position at a small university in Switzerland. Reports suggested that his experience had transformed him into a dedicated educator, passionate about ensuring that his students understood not just mathematical principles, but also their responsibilities as inheritors of humanity's accumulated knowledge. He had written several papers on the ethics of scientific research, works that were said to be deeply moving in their honesty about the temptations and failures that could corrupt even the most brilliant minds. Inspector Volkov, now retired from active intelligence work, had become a lecturer at Moscow University, where she taught courses on the history of cryptography and its role in international relations. Her memoirs, published under careful government censorship, had become a standard reference work in diplomatic circles, though they made no direct mention of the Pi cipher or the events in Brussels. She continued to correspond with Poirot, their letters filled with philosophical reflections on the nature of secrecy and the ways in which individual choices could shape the course of history. As the years continued to pass, Poirot found himself increasingly drawn to contemplation of the larger patterns that connected human lives and historical events. The case of the Labyrinthine Code had been, in many ways, a perfect microcosm of the eternal struggle between wisdom and folly, between those who sought to protect knowledge and those who would exploit it. Professor Dubois' ultimate victory had not been achieved through violence or dramatic confrontation, but through the patient application of superior intelligence guided by moral purpose. The mathematical constant pi, with its infinite and non-repeating decimal expansion, had become for Poirot a symbol of the endless complexity of human motivation, and the unpredictable ways in which individual actions could ripple outward through time to create consequences far beyond their creator's intentions. Professor Dubois had embedded his cipher in the digits of pi not just for security, but because he understood that some truths, like that ancient mathematical relationship, were universal and eternal, transcending the petty conflicts and temporary crises that dominated the daily affairs of nations. On quiet evenings, when the sounds of modern Brussels, automobiles and electric lights, radio broadcasts and telephone conversations reminded him of how much the world had changed since those foggy nights in 1932, Poirot would take out the professor's original coded message and study its elegant symbols by the light of his reading lamp. The paper had yellowed slightly with age, and the ink had faded, but the mathematical precision of each mark remained as sharp and clear as the mind that had created them. Sometimes, as he traced the familiar patterns with his finger, Poirot could almost sense the presence of Professor Dubois in the room, not as a ghost or supernatural manifestation, but as the continuing influence of a brilliantly moral intelligence that had refused to let death prevent it from protecting what was valuable, and ensuring that truth would ultimately triumph over deception. The professor had achieved a kind of immortality through his work, his ethical choices echoing through the decades like the decimal places of pi, endless and eternally significant. The Henri Dubois Institute for Ethical Mathematics had quickly become one of the most respected research centres in Europe, attracting brilliant young minds from around the world who were eager to explore the intersection of mathematical discovery and moral responsibility. Under Dr. Blanchard's leadership, the Institute had developed new frameworks for evaluating the potential consequences of mathematical breakthroughs, ensuring that future discoveries would be developed with careful consideration of their implications for human welfare and international security. Poirot had been invited to speak at the Institute's annual symposium several times, though he always declined with polite thanks, preferring to let others tell the stories of mathematical heroism while he maintained his role as guardian of the more complete truth. But he followed the Institute's work with deep interest, reading their published papers and noting how Professor Dubois' influence continued to shape new generations of researchers. One particular project had captured his attention. A young mathematician from India, working under Dr. Blanchard's supervision, had developed a new approach to quantum cryptography that promised to create communication systems of unprecedented security. The principles underlying this work were based on mathematical foundations that Professor Dubois had explored in his private research, though the connections were subtle enough that only someone with intimate knowledge of the professor's methods would recognize them. The young researcher, Dr. Priya Sharma, reminded Poirot of Professor Dubois himself. Brilliant, dedicated, but also deeply concerned with the ethical implications of her work. In a recent interview, she had spoken about the responsibility that came with developing powerful new technologies, and her words had carried echoes of the professor's own philosophical approach to mathematics. Every equation we solve, every cipher we create, has the potential to change the world, she had said. We must never forget that our role as mathematicians is not just to discover truth, but to ensure that truth serves the cause of human flourishing rather than human suffering. As Poirot read these words, he felt a deep satisfaction in knowing that Professor Dubois' legacy was not just mathematical, but moral, a continuing influence that would guide future generations of scientists and researchers as they grappled with the enormous power that came with advanced mathematical knowledge. The detective had recently celebrated his 80th birthday. Though he remained as sharp and observant as ever, his mind still capable of the complex analytical work that had made him one of Europe's most respected investigators. but he found himself increasingly drawn to reflection rather than active casework, spending long hours contemplating the deeper patterns that connected the various mysteries he had solved throughout his career. The case of the Labyrinthine Code occupied a special place in this mental catalogue, not because it had been the most complex or dangerous investigation he had undertaken, but because it had revealed so clearly the potential for human intelligence to transcend the limitations of individual mortality and continue working for good long after its physical embodiment had departed the world. Professor Henri Dubois had died on an autumn night in 1932, but his influence continued to protect innocent lives and advance human knowledge decades later. His false cipher continued to confuse and mislead those who would use cryptography for aggressive purposes, while his real cipher provided the foundation for communication systems that helped maintain peace and security around the world. Most importantly, his example of intellectual integrity in the face of betrayal and death continued to inspire new generations of mathematicians and scientists. As winter settled over Brussels once again, bringing with it the familiar rhythms of shorter days and longer nights, Poirot found himself thinking about the cyclical nature of human experience and the ways in which certain fundamental challenges, the choice between wisdom and folly, between creation and destruction, between truth and deception, remained constant across all generations and cultures. The gas lamps of his youth had given way to electric street lighting, the horse-drawn carriages to motorised vehicles, the telegraph to telephone and radio. But the essential human drama remained unchanged. Brilliant minds grappling with complex problems, moral individuals choosing between competing loyalties, and the eternal struggle between those who would use knowledge to build and those who would use it to destroy. On the final evening of the year, as Brussels prepared to welcome another chapter in its long history, Poirot sat in his apartment with a cup of hot tisane steaming beside him, and the professor's coded message spread across his small writing table. The symbols seemed to glow in the soft light of his reading lamp, as if they retained something of the intellectual fire that had created them. He had solved this code decades ago, decoded every layer of meaning that Professor Dubois had embedded within its elegant mathematical structure. But tonight, as he studied the familiar patterns one more time, he detected something new, or perhaps something that had always been there but that he had only now become wise enough to perceive. Beyond the practical instructions for the midnight meeting, beyond the warning about Brennan's betrayal, beyond even the clever misdirection that had protected the real cipher from those who would misuse it, there was another message encoded in the very choice of symbols and their arrangement on the page. It was a message about the nature of truth itself, about the infinite complexity of human motivation, and about the ways in which individual choices could echo through time to create consequences far beyond their creators' imaginations. Professor Dubois had chosen P as the basis for his cipher, not just because of its mathematical properties, but because it represented something profound about the relationship between human intelligence and universal truth. Just as pi connected the circumference of any circle to its diameter through an infinite non-repeating sequence of digits, so too did human moral choices connect individual lives to universal principles through consequences that extended infinitely into the future. The professor's decision to protect his discovery, even at the cost of his own life, had created ripples that continued to spread outward through time. The security systems that protected innocent communications, the research institutes that guided future discoveries, the young mathematicians who carried forward his commitment to ethical science. Each consequence generated new consequences, creating an endless pattern of influence that would continue long after all the individuals involved in the original events had been forgotten. As the cathedral bells of Brussels began to chime at midnight, marking the transition from one year to the next, Poirot carefully folded the professor's message and placed it back in its wooden box on the mantelpiece. The case of the Labyrinthine Code was closed, its mysteries solved and its lessons learned, but its deeper truths would continue to unfold like the decimal places of pi, infinite and eternally significant. Outside his windows, snow was beginning to fall again, each flake unique and beautiful, carrying with it the promise of renewal and the continuation of life's endless complexity. In that gentle whisper of snow against glass, Poirot could almost hear the voice of Professor Henri Dubois, speaking across the decades about the importance of using human intelligence in service of truth, protecting what is valuable, and ensuring that knowledge serves humanity's highest aspirations rather than its darkest impulses. The fire of intellect that had burned so brightly in the professor's mind had not been extinguished by death. It had been passed on to others, becoming part of the eternal flame of human wisdom that connected each generation to the next. In solving the Labyrinthine Code, Professor Dubois had revealed the greatest cipher of all, the secret that moral choices, like mathematical constants, were infinite in their consequences and eternal in their significance. And so, as another year began and the endless cycle of human experience continued its ancient rhythm, the memory of Professor Henri Dubois lived on, not just in the mathematical principles he had discovered or the security systems he had inspired, but in the continuing example of what human intelligence could achieve when guided by wisdom, courage, and an unwavering commitment to the protection of truth. His final lesson echoed through the corridors of time like the digits of pi, infinite, beautiful, and forever beyond the reach of those who would corrupt or destroy the precious gift of knowledge that each generation holds in trust for all humanity. The snow continued to fall through the night, blanketing Brussels in pristine white, and in that peaceful silence, the spirit of Professor Henri Dubois rested at last, knowing that his work was complete, and that the truths he had protected would continue to illuminate the world long after his own story had passed into legend. The labyrinth of his final code had been navigated, its mysteries revealed, and its wisdom preserved for all who would come after, a testament to the eternal power of human intelligence when allied with moral purpose, and a beacon of hope for future generations who would face their own choices between wisdom and folly, between creation and destruction, between the light of truth and the darkness of deception. In the morning, as Brussels awakened to a world transformed by snow, Poirot received an unexpected visitor. A young man stood at his door, perhaps 25 years of age, with intelligent eyes and the bearing of someone who had travelled a great distance with important purpose. He introduced himself as Philippe Dubois, the professor's grandnephew, who had only recently learned of his great-uncle's true legacy through carefully preserved family documents. Monsieur Poirot, the young man said, his voice carrying the same gentle precision that had characterized his great-uncle's speech. I have come to thank you for protecting my family's honour and ensuring that Uncle Henri's work served the cause of peace rather than war. The letters he wrote to my grandfather, hidden away for decades, speak of his deep respect for your wisdom and integrity. They sat together by the window overlooking the snow-covered city, sharing tea and memories of a man whose influence had touched so many lives in ways both visible and hidden. Philippe had followed in his great-uncle's footsteps, studying mathematics at the Sorbonne, and had recently completed his doctoral dissertation on applications of number theory to modern cryptographic systems, work that unknowingly built upon foundations his great-uncle had laid decades earlier. I dream sometimes, Philippe confided, that I am walking with Uncle Henri through the corridors of the university, discussing the beauty of mathematical relationships and their potential to serve humanity. In these dreams he tells me that the greatest cipher is not one that conceals information, but one that reveals the hidden connections between all living things. Poirot smiled at this observation, recognizing in it the same philosophical depth that had characterized Professor Dubois' approach to his work. The young man possessed not just his great-uncle's intellectual gifts, but also his moral sensibility, a combination that promised well for the future of mathematical research and its applications to human welfare. As Philippe prepared to leave, he shared one final revelation that sent new currents of understanding through Poirot's consciousness. Hidden among his great-uncle's personal papers, the family had discovered a sealed envelope addressed to the detective who understands truth. Inside was a brief note in the professor's handwriting dated the day before his death. If you're reading this, then my plan has succeeded, and the real cipher remains safe while those who would misuse knowledge have received only deception. But know that the true treasure was never the mathematical formula, It was the example of choosing wisdom over cleverness, integrity over advantage, and the welfare of humanity over personal gain. This is the cipher that can never be broken, because it is written not in symbols, but in the eternal patterns of moral choice. Thank you for being worthy of the trust I have placed in you, even though we may never meet in this world. H. Dubois. The note was accompanied by a small mathematical proof, elegantly written in the professor's careful hand, that demonstrated a new property of the mathematical constant pi, a discovery that had apparently occurred to him in his final days, but which he had chosen not to publish, understanding that even pure mathematical knowledge could be corrupted if it fell into the wrong hands at the wrong time. After Philippe's departure, Poirot sat alone in his apartment, contemplating this final message from beyond the grave. Professor Dubois had not only protected his cryptographic discovery, he had also understood that his greatest legacy would be the example of moral courage he provided to future generations. The professor's story had become itself a kind of code, a narrative that would continue to inspire and guide those who face similar choices between personal advantage and the greater good. The years that followed brought further confirmation of Professor Dubois' enduring influence. Dr. Priya Sharma's work on quantum cryptography culminated in the development of communication systems that made traditional code-breaking virtually impossible, ensuring that future conflicts could not be won through the interception and decryption of enemy communications. Her research papers always included acknowledgements to the foundational work in ethical mathematics, performed by previous generations of researchers, a subtle tribute to Professor Dubois' continuing influence on the field. The Henri Dubois Institute for Ethical Mathematics expanded its reach, establishing partnerships with universities around the world and creating a new generation of mathematicians who understood that their work carried moral as well as intellectual responsibilities. Dr. Marie Blanchard's leadership had transformed the Institute into a beacon of hope for those who believed that human intelligence, properly guided, could solve the great challenges facing civilization. Even Dr. Brennan's story had taken on redemptive dimensions that Professor Dubois might have found satisfying. The former spy had become one of Europe's most respected teachers of mathematical ethics, his courses drawing students from across the continent who sought to understand how brilliant minds could be led astray and how to guard against the temptations that had once corrupted his own judgment. His memoir, published on the 20th anniversary of Professor Dubois' death, had become required reading at the Institute and other centres of mathematical research. Inspector Volkoff, now in her final years, had completed a classified history of intelligence operations during the 1930s, a work that would remain sealed in government archives for decades, but would eventually provide future historians with insight into the complex web of international intrigue that had surrounded Professor Dubois' final months. In her private correspondence with Poirot, she often reflected on how the professor's death had marked a turning point in her own understanding of the relationship between knowledge and power. "He taught me," she had written in one of her final letters, "that the greatest intelligence victory is not achieved by stealing secrets, but by ensuring that the most dangerous secrets remain forever beyond the reach of those who would misuse them." His cipher was brilliant not because it was unbreakable, but because breaking it led only to worthless information, while the real treasure remained safe for those who would use it wisely. As Poirot entered his final decade of life, he found himself increasingly drawn to meditation on the deeper patterns that connected individual lives to the vast sweep of historical change. The case of the Labyrinthine Code had taught him that every human choice, no matter how private or seemingly insignificant, created ripples that extended far beyond their immediate circumstances. Professor Dubois' decision to protect his discovery had influenced the course of international relations, the development of communication technology, and the ethical education of countless young scientists. The mathematical constant pi, with its infinite and non-repeating decimal expansion, had become for Poirot a symbol of the way individual moral choices connected to universal principles of truth and justice. Just as pi appeared in mathematical relationships throughout the natural world, in the geometry of flowers, the orbits of planets, the structure of atoms, so too did ethical choices appear in all human endeavours, creating patterns of consequence that extended infinitely through time. On quiet evenings, when Brussels settled into the gentle rhythms of night, and the distant sound of church bells marked the passing hours, Poirot would often take out Professor Dubois' coded message and study its elegant symbols by lamplight. The paper had become fragile with age, its edges yellowed and its ink faded, but the mathematical precision of each mark remained as clear and purposeful as the mind that had created them. Sometimes, as he traced the familiar patterns with his finger, Poirot felt as if he were participating in a conversation that spanned decades, not just between himself and the long-dead professor, but between all the individuals whose lives had been touched by this story. Philippe Dubois, carrying forward his great-uncle's legacy of ethical mathematics, Dr. Blanchard inspiring new generations of researchers, Dr. Sharma developing technologies that would protect human communications for centuries to come. Even Dr. Brennan, finding redemption through teaching and serving as a cautionary example of how brilliant minds could be led astray. The conversation continued through the work of the Henri Dubois Institute, through the security systems that protected innocent communications, through the research papers that acknowledged the foundational work in ethical mathematics performed by previous generations. It was a conversation written in the language of moral choice, encoded in the daily decisions of individuals who chose wisdom over cleverness, integrity over advantage, and the welfare of humanity over personal gain. As winter deepened once more over Brussels, bringing with it the familiar comfort of shorter days and longer nights, Poirot understood that his role as guardian of Professor Dubois' story was nearing its end. He had preserved the truth about the pi cipher, protected the professor's reputation, and ensured that the lessons of the case would continue to influence future generations. Soon, others would take up the responsibility of carrying forward the example of intellectual courage and moral integrity that Professor Henri Dubois had provided. But the detective took comfort in knowing that the story would continue without him. The mathematical principles that Professor Dubois had discovered would inspire new breakthroughs for centuries to come. The ethical frameworks he had helped establish would guide future researchers as they grappled with the moral implications of their work. And the example of his courage in the face of betrayal and death would continue to inspire those who faced their own choices between truth and deception, between creation and destruction, between the light of wisdom and the darkness of folly. The snow fell once more outside Poirot's windows, each flake unique and perfect, carrying within its crystalline structure the same mathematical relationships that Professor Dubois had studied and protected. In the gentle whisper of snow against glass, the detective could hear the echo of that final conversation, not words spoken, but truths encoded in the eternal patterns of moral choice, infinite in their consequences, and forever beyond the reach of those who would corrupt or destroy the precious gift of knowledge that each generation holds in trust for all humanity. And so the case of the Labyrinthine Code drew to its final close, not with endings, but with continuations, not with conclusions, but with new beginnings, as the cipher of moral choice continued to encode itself in the lives of all who chose wisdom over folly, integrity over betrayal, and the protection of truth over the temptations of personal advantage. The labyrinth had been navigated, its mysteries revealed, and its deepest secret preserved, that the greatest cipher is not written in symbols or numbers, but in the eternal patterns of human conscience, infinite as pi, beautiful as falling snow, and forever committed to the service of truth and the welfare of all humanity. And with that, our tale fades into the hush of night. Whether you're listening from the glowing skyline of Singapore, the starry silence of Cairo, or the fog-kissed hills of Edinburgh, thank you for wandering with Sleeptorian. If this story soothed your soul, like, share, and subscribe. Until we drift together again, rest easy, dream deep, and let the night carry you gently home.